Testing, testing. Okay. So after yesterday, where I had problems with the light map, I think I left the code I touched yesterday as it was, just because, I didn't want to waste any more time on the lighting. And I continued with the feature here. The bag containing a letter describing the location of an old man that teaches seeing ghosts for a larger sum of money. The old man carries and sells potions of perception. The player needs to interpret the letter's text correctly first to find his location. I have not... the teacher's thing is left that out. Sells potions. I have that, but not perception potions. The player needs to interpret the letter's text correctly. Don't have that. Don't think I'll add that. Oh yes, it was finding the man in a cave after solving a puzzle. Let's revisit that later. But I have the old man. He has a name. He has text. He does not show the text before opening the shop. So that's what I am currently working at. He sells the potion and he's placed only in the last half of the path. Then I have the bag containing the letter. It's placed only when the old man is placed. It's placed only on the path leading up to the old man, meaning before him. And only a good distance. I don't have that. That's interesting. Okay. That might be a problem, but okay, the letter. I have the letter. I have the text. But it's not really describing the location of the man, because this is not an open world, so directions are not that useful. But I could actually describe the region. Text describing the region the old man is in. I know that. But I can't... I think I can't save that. That's tricky. Ghosts, I don't have the texts of the ghosts. The particles, I have placement of them, the affection, and I have them invisible unless buffed with perception. So I changed the perception potion to so I moved this in with hallucinations. So if you're hallucinating, you'll see the ghosts. Pedestal. Yeah, so I have an object called Ghost Pedestal. That's this here. And the ghosts spawn there. So if I start the game in this test room, and here's a potion, mind potion I've called it. I drink it, I start hallucinating, and then the ghosts appear. And I can talk to them, and it's just a placeholder. So this is how it is right now. And if I'm not hallucinating, they disappear. I have the old man that sells the potion. And I have the letter that tells you about the man. Not sure why I can't... Oh, wrong button. I think I can see, yeah, that the mysterious letter is in this bag, but I cannot loot it. Can I not loot containers while standing on them? That goes on the list. Loot bag container while standing on it. So yeah, there's still some ways to go in this feature, and Pascal have that. I'm not sure if this is one of the largest or the larger ones, but this is has certainly been pretty involved. So this is the second day I'm working on this single feature, but hopefully I'll be done in, well, not that long time, certainly today. So that's also a thing. Yeah, that's this here, display the text. Let me close these first. So if I talk to the seer, it opens the shop immediately, but I want his dialogue to appear first. So let's look at, so he has dialogue, and there's in these signals, here it is. Let's close that. This is the NPC signal handler. If the player sends a used signal to it, basically when the player uses this NPC or interacts with them, the first thing I check if it's lootable, And if it is, then that's it. Then I check if it's shoppable. And if it is, then that's it. And if I can talk to it, and then that's it. So if I turn this around, that doesn't help me much because this returns and I want the shop to open afterwards. Let's look at the yeah, so shopping sets the mode flags. The problem is so this should actually, so this is probably correct. If I swap this and then I say in the talk function over here, if I close the dialogue, I check again, but I don't have entity here. Maybe like this. It should maybe be here. The big problem is that I'll have to do it there. Problem is that when I close the dialogue, the game keeps on running. So this always returns, and it's not. So this function immediately returns. It doesn't stay in the talk mode. So there's no use putting the shop here, for example. So that just won't work. But I can try the talking first. That's a good first step. So so if I talk to the seer now, I get the dialogue and not the shop. And then I can, when I close the dialogue, open the shop here. And that should is the TE always set target entity. It's set here. Yeah, so it is set after talking. Yeah, so let's crash here. That's okay. If it's null, then this probably crashes. Yeah, it gets dereferenced immediately, so that should be fine. I could put an assert here. Let's just do that. it's okay. Return. Okay, I don't think the return value matters here. But the shop entity, yeah, will set everything up for the shop mode. So this is, yeah, just for exiting. And let's see how you talk update talk is called. Here in that so if I return 1 here, this will eat up a turn. So let's just return 0 to be persistent. Not persistent, but consistent with this one. Let's see what happens. Okay, he talks to me and I press cancel and I'm in the shop and then I'm out. So that's fine. Okay. Open shop after dialog. Okay. So that's done. Open placement only in the last half of the path. So how I did that is just simply in the put feature function, I pass in a float from 0 to 1 that denotes on which patch we are relative to the whole path. So if we are at the center point, it would be 0.5. And here I check, what was it, feature 26. Yeah, I have these feature flags and I can, so this is an unsigned char, so I have 8 bits to play with. I check if the path is greater than, if we're more than halfway along the path, and then I check if this flag is set, and if not, then I place this here. Same thing with the letter. If it's the first half of the path and the letter has not been placed, but the seer has been placed, then place the letter. And ghosts are placed, that's pedestals, are placed randomly. Yeah. Because you could see the ghost without the potion by hallucinating by other means, like getting stung by these, I think it's a spider. Okay. Only if a good distance from the old man. Do I really need that? I can say do it like this, and that's, yeah, that's done. I thought that would be much more complicated. Okay. Text describing the region the old man is. Oh, I think that's what's more complicated. Actually, I can just... I could just put this feature flags. I could just put static variables here. That would solve this all. But I have a feature flag in the entities. This one, which I can't solve this way. Mold Hunter. But why is this here? Oh, because, yeah, it's an item. I can only place items on entities, meaning objects that are alive in the game, that are computed in the game. This is all offline, basically. And this is just the map preparation and placing entity markers in the tiles that turn into entities and add gameplay. And I cannot give a non-existing entity items, so I have to do it when they spawn. So use it for other flags. This could just be a static variable. Wait a second. No, this cannot. It's not possible. That's sad. But it's not possible to say, okay, static int seer, and then say, and seer is 0. Yeah, like this. Then seer is equal to 1 to remember when it's placed, because I have to... If the player dies and starts a new run, I have to run this again and afresh. So yeah. This is just real const static stuff, so that's not affected. Why not do it like this? Actually, yeah, this. So, but my problem is finding out the region where the seer was placed in. And I can do that. What does the put object function do? It okay, that's an X and a Y, and that comes from, that's the feature marker. So it places it in the middle of the feature marker. I could use the I could make the feature flags an int. Where are they? Here. And use one of the maybe I should make this a struct. So I can have well, I'm not sure what kind of data I need. I definitely need more than a char. So and I don't want to make this even more complicated. Let's make this an int. Then I have one integer. And I have code for the markers. I'm not sure. Where that is. Why didn't it find it? Okay. Let's just rename this to something else. So I can see where it's used. Okay, entire. Render marker, unsigned char. That's it. Yeah, that's it, I guess. Where else? Would be in entities, maybe. This is all just the top link. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's something at least. Okay. Okay, but nothing that helps me. Yeah, I think I just had flags there. The thing is, the needs of these features, what they need to save, is, I believe, so diverse that I can't really represent it in one struct. It could be integers, could be flags, could be an array. And I can't name it anything specific in the feature struct or in the feature flag struct. So it would be more confusing. So if I just have a unsigned int, I can't pull the value out here. Replacing it again, that's super annoying. If I do I could set, well, I could continue with flags and say, okay, bit 16 to 32 are region marker, region flags. But I could also make a static int region here, set it here, and read it in the talk. Oh yes, I need to read it in the talk page, so I can't save it here. I mean, I wouldn't have done this anyways because it's super messy. But I need to read it in the talk page. So if I'm in the talk page, and I have this text of the letter. I somehow need to add the region in here, and I believe the talking is not what's it called? Don't even need that. Variadic function. It's not variadic, so I need to add that. Where it is? Where is it? Talk. Excuse me. Oh, it's just this. So that needs to happen. That's relatively easy, because I've done it a couple of times already. Fields, hero name string buffer with string buffer, and that is in render. Put word, put message. So if I bring this in here, I have this, talk, yeah, that's format, and then I have what does it do? VSN printf. I'm not. How long is the talk size? And that's talk size. String buffer. This could. Okay, this is just message stuff. This would be hero talk string buffer. For this length, with this format, and then the arguments, this should actually work. And then I can do the same for the name, because why not? That's the name string buffer, name size. Let's make this a clean build. And yeah, that still works. Okay, so now I can say, let's go to the seer. Oh, that's the seer. Here. Let's say this is a variable. This should still say the same. Yeah. So the letter path coming. close to the rocks. Mountain. If I pick up the letter, read it, must be close to the mountains. So here I want the region, find region of seer in feature flags. And then switch on it for a good name to insert. I have, where was it? I think it was in run in the features. Come on, run, let's see. Yeah, I have these enums. They're kind of bad. So actually I don't need to, I could just save the string. What happened? What's happening? Caps lock was active. I just need the string. Here. Save string. Of region for talk e letter. And the region identifier is the object ID of the feature. So I can switch on that to get the string. But where do I save it? Where do I save it? I mean, the cleanest solution would be to find the position here, go backwards. I could no, I can't, because the feature is gone. The features define the region. But that's a good question. How do I find out in what region I am? While playing the game. Because the features are all gone. At least I think they are. There's the clear path. Remove exits. Remove features. I mean, they'll be overwritten most of the time. And if they're not, they're removed here. So this problem could come up again. My idea was to look here in the talk thing, go through all the patches of the path, look for the seer, look at what region he's in, and then find a string and put it here. That's fine because this is run just once. This is not run every frame. Man, this is tricky. How do I define the regions? Oh, I can find the patch, and the patch should have its region. So that's actually the cleanest solution, but that also, I mean, cleanest in terms of data generated, because there would be none. But this would also split the code in two. But that's maybe fine, because this really only is important for the letter. It has nothing to do with placing the entities. So I could, for all patches in path, look for all features in path. If feature is equal to seer, then region is patch.region. And that's relatively easy, because there are just 100 of them. And maybe 5 or so at most in here. And I also know that the seer can only be in the latter half, so that skips half of the search. But I would probably not optimize this in case I changed this here. So the problem is this patch.region. Don't have that. But I should have it. I should have this. Okay, so this means I need real enums. Or actually... Oh... Yeah, yeah. So what this means for the world is that in one patch there can only be markers for one region. So in this rectangle here there can only be R markers. This also means if there are no markers, the region is the patch has no region. So what I was going to do is I look at these patches like this one here. That is defined by the same elevation as this marker, which says it's a rock region, and this one, and this one, and this one. This over here is another region. This is all the regions. Well, it's this patch. I mean, this is one patch. And because there are so many rock region markers here, I would say this is a rock region. I don't want this to be dependent upon the tile, the color, the terrain, anything like that, because that's a pain to define. But these markers are straightforward. So I would maybe... So how these patches are defined is by flood filling. So if this patch is flooded, I get all the markers. And maybe I take the first one and say, okay, that's enough. This patch is a rock patch, but there may be patches without regions. I mean, there may be patches without regions now. Okay, I think this is going too far. This is... This is just for a stupid letter. So how can I fake this? How do I make this without compromising what I have? I make this yeah, I make this an int. I have the feature flags set to be an int, and so I switch here the object index of the feature, which gives me this, and I can limit this here to the overground, so I don't have to type as much. I think so. Actually, do I want this here to be in the interior? God. You know what? This is too much effort for too little gain. Let's look at the text again. Still hopeful, but supplies run low. Surely I missed a path coming down here. Of course it's hidden. Not seen a soul in 2 days. Need to spend for food when I do. I hope the seer still sells it. Dreaming about them every night. Must be close. Must be close. I mean, that's... How much flavor do you need? I think that's actually enough. This is an 80-20 problem. And I need the 80, not the 20. Find regions, okay. So let's say this is not needed, but this is. The loot bag container. Looting bag containers while standing on it. And that's not working. This is in game.c. Something default. It's pick. Okay, signal when I stand on the bag, it gets signaled a use. But it's not looted. What? Let's test this again. I stand on the bag and I can't loot it. It's there and it has the letter in it. Loot entity. Where is it? In loot, of course. Too many files. There it is. Is it locked? That would be... No, it's not. It is a container. Don't get it. It's not dead. I think it wasn't dead. Oops. Nope. Oops. Very much alive. But not lootable. Let's see if this gets called. Yes, in it. When does it stop? Oh, there it stops. What? That is 0 return now. Oh, that makes sense. If it's not null, if it's not dead, then return. But I want to loot my bag alive. Let's say if... Oh, already have if, thank you. If objects entity role equals container is not a container and it's not dead, then wonderful. Okay, that's done. So I need the text. I have that. I have the light. Need the text. So there it is. Tearful ghost. What does a ghost say? Maybe they... Where was this? Where I saw that... I think it was a ghost that still talks as if they were alive. Way back when, in the past, doing their regular stuff. Maybe like that. Let me take a short break and think about this. I'll be right back in 3 to 5 minutes. Well, I'm not sure if I want to explain my reasoning for the ghosts, because they may be pretty important, and for the sake of spoilers, but I'm not sure if I want them to talk. They should say something just as a placeholder in case I abandon them. But I could also just say there's nothing to say. I mean, I know that's lame, but I've spent so much time on this feature. I really don't want to drag it on. And I hope I can find another feature today that's quick to do. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. Turn 0. Return 0. I think that's enough. For now, at least. And that's out. Actually, I'm not sure if I want to add this done. Well, I've done something. That's an tractor. Back. Ghost. That's the one. And here, ghosts. It's really I find the last couple of days the most frustrating thing is having requirements but not having enough information about how to implement them in a way that's sustainable. But I think that's pretty common software development. So yeah, I think shortcuts is one way to do it. And I mean, this is not a shortcut. This is pretty involved. So let's look at the others. Frozen Undead. I don't have snow anymore, so let's look at something Where are my regions? Where do I have a list of the regions? Oh, here. Rock, field, needles, moss, earth, bog, beach. That's underground. Okay, the ghosts are everywhere. But I can't. Yeah. So this just fell off. And I have caves, temples, sewers, crypts, cellars, dungeons, and mines. So I have not that much underground. So that's fuming fuming undead. I think that could be simple. Because I have the mechanics in some form at least. That's 165. And that holding a bottle with various deteriorated contents that will shatter, falling onto the ground, possibly spewing toxic gas or catching fire, affecting the area around the slain enemy. The contents are not known beforehand, but the existence of the bottle is. This could also be pretty involved. Let's rank them. Frozen undead, they're just gone. Don't need the numbers. So this 165. Let's give this 4 out of 5. Complexity 29 is disintegrating undead, regular undead losing body parts when it rains that grab the player for a short while after walking over them. They expire on their own a few turns later. That's 3 of 5. Maybe a 2.5. Then we have the 94. Orders by an officer to stay away from the newly established goblin nest that has sprung up, blocking a major road with scouts stationed around it. To prioritize defending against them and using the paths to get around it. That is... I mean, that's the officer. That's a goblin nest. That's goblins. Let's just list this. Officer, goblin nest. I mean, This should probably be static in the world. So that's very complicated. 5 out of 5. Well, actually, let's make it also a 4. 4.5. Because I have to place this by hand, and that means clutter and path around, etc, etc. But this is cool, this is interesting. 115. Thief in shade near cleft and forest, talking about the old ruins below, now inhabited by bloodthirsty bats that cannot see but will hear you, and the ridge is hidden deep inside. So that's can I make this a static ruins? I think so. Forest cleft, static ruins, static. Bad ruins. Then I have bats, and then I have the thief. That's also a 4. There seems to be a pattern here. 53. Oh, that's that. Wolves can be distracted if the player puts meat on the ground. The wolves will pick it up and feed on it. Other wolves might fight for the food. Will also feed on dead prey animals. So this is not that complicated. Just need the wolves and their behavior. So yeah, that's feeding wolves in the mine. That's not good. That's overground. Let's move this down here. And this is, let's say, 3 out of 5. Then we have the octopus. octopus enemy that, when badly injured, forms a ball and shortly after squirts ink on all adjacent tiles, blinding targets for a limited amount of time. That's pretty easy. Give that a 2. And then I have the kobolds. 114. First kobolds summoning path blocking fields of roots. Mountain kobolds do stones, swarm kobolds do water holes, requiring the player to divert or confront them. I'm not even sure how this would work. I mean, roots, sure. Stones, sure. But water holes. Let's do thorns. That's much better. Path blocking. That would mean... Okay, it blocks off the path, requiring the player to divert or confront. I mean, that means nothing. So it blocks one path. And now the player walks directly at them. Or what? What would be more fun? Something more fun. Spawning thorns. I mean, they can't do it too often, or else everybody's just surrounded by them, not being able to move. That's the player and the monsters. And this is an amplifier. So maybe they spawn one every couple of turns randomly. That's also not cool. What would be nice if one kobold spawns thorns around them, pushing the player back, and then has time to heal itself. That would be better. Okay, I'll give this a 3. Just because I have no idea how this would work. Okay. So let's pick the easy ones. There are 2 of them. Maybe I can hammer them out today. So let's use the land octopus. And the first thing I want to check is if I can even depict an octopus. Because I think that's not easy. Well, actually, it should be possible. Something like this. What are the other monsters? Okay, so this is a spider. Or I can make it like this. Not sure if that's readable enough. I mean, the color will be different. This is also a large spider. What doesn't this have? Not sure. This is also not ideal. Not really. Maybe like this, but that's a spider. Yeah. Maybe this. Not easy. Well, this will have to do. That's 349. Okay, already here. Do I have squid or something? Octo, nope. Let's look for an NPC. Let's not use the rabbit, but let's use this beetle. Where? Yeah, okay. Octopus. That was 349. And the color. Let's use this one. Check out struct. Um, 20 was it, I think. Yeah, that's magenta 0. Magenta 0. Okay, its height is normal, size. Could render it wavy. Why not? Faction is predators. HP 4. Loot table, etc. That should actually work. And there's the octopus. Now for the behavior. What's the ID? 168. CLDS. What's that? Leaves gas cloud behind. Okay. What I need is sign jar inks. When at low health, blinding bystanders. This is the octopus now. And when idle, it walks around. But when in combat, it chases and strikes. And then I have the contingency plan that I have set somewhere. In signals. And that's defending, okay. If panics. Okay, if entity inks and it has health, if health below that's the wrong comment. 50%. I actually, what's this panicking? Let's leave this, make this 30. And let's actually move this out. So if it panics, then it flees. If it inks, then the contingency plan is to ink. Yeah. So this doesn't exist, this ink flag. Inks, that does exist. So let's look at flee. Execute plan, case ink, turn ink. Okay, and let's look at what's pretty similar. Spew maybe. Strike. I think spewing is pretty similar. Let's grab that and... oh wow, there are many of them. And what was the last one? Tongue. Yeah. Place it right here. Ink. Touch the shoot array. Squirts ink at entities nearby. Blinding them. Okay, fall by. That's actually pretty easy. I want PN and D and an I. So let's, and I want, what do I want? Do I want structile? No, I don't want structile. I want in all directions, which is for int. I already have that. For I equals 0, I is less than 8, plus plus, and then Pn is add an vector 2 of the position plus direction to distance. What's it called? Yeah. So what this does is it gets the eye, and from 0 to 8 there are enums for northwest, southeast, northwest, northeast, etc. It takes these enums and returns a offset in which direction that is, which is east. When I put east into this function, I will get vector 2 of 1, 0, 1x, 0y. And that's how I quickly get all the directions around this position, which is the octopus position. So then if there's an entity there's an entity at this position in the layer of the octopus, if I have that, then I want them to be blinded. For let's say 20 to 40 turns, something. Well, why not make it determined? If this is then int, yeah, well, I don't care if it worked. And then I want splat. Oops, splat. That's a particle effect. And let's see how this works with dark colors. Make it black. And I want many of them. And I can actually do this on every tile. Okay, let's say 1 to 3 for every tile around the octopus. Yeah, and the octopus does this once, and that's it. Actually, that's not good enough. Ink declared. Problem is the octopus will do this all the time when it's underneath 20% health, below 20% health. I just want it to do this once. Also, this is, oh yeah, no, that's just the contingency plan. So I could this is actually also in the entity. If I damage an entity here, where do I check if it's dead? There. I could check here if it's low health and send it a low health signal. Hey boss, feels like watching Koenig and streaming lol. Yeah. Hopefully I'm not as old as him already, but yeah, it's C all right. But I'm glad you enjoy it. So I could send a low health signal, which is actually, yeah, I think that's what I want. Okay, I send a signal here already, so I can in the low health. Where was it? Here. If it doesn't have health, then this returned already. Let's close this for a second. Signal low health. Low health. Please don't say I already have that. Nope. And then in the signal, so if it's below signal health, when below 30% EP signal, okay. Where does this land? It's here. Okay, slow health. This is mute. And that should do it. Something went wrong. Oh, GCC, what's going on? 500 pages of errors. Declarations of scale E. What? Scrolled all this way for nonsense. That's great. Oh, I think it just... oh yeah, that's it. The dangling brace. Classic. Makes GCC freak the fuck out every time. Duplicate case value. Oh. And of course a bit of stupidity. Okay. So to test this, well, I can just punch the octopus in the face. That's alright, I think. Let's make a clean build. What? Okay. This whole stuff was from the last thing. Let's play some octopus. And yeah, I think it evenly divides itself. Why is it not attacking me? Entity octopus. Oh, it doesn't see. It's blind. Chase, strike, pause. Yeah, and let's give it more health. So it doesn't go from half health to 0. Let's make it odd. But I think it's always integers. So this could... Oh, I'm blinded. So that's good. There's no particles. That's sad. It's a bit weird. I'm not sure what happens. I need the particles. That was ink. Maybe dark particles don't work, but that doesn't make sense. Let's make them bright. Could be something with the light map, not sure. Nope, no particles. Oh wait, there are particles. Oh yes. There are just very, very few of them. Okay, there are more now. But I think what I want is much bigger ones. Also, they are... let me look at the particles real quick. This is splat. Splat particle. Height at... Okay, let's add a 0.1 here. Oh, come on. So they don't Z-fight. There they are. Okay, that's better. There's still so little. They are all over the place. Let's limit them. I think this is in, I'm not sure if this is in, this should be in actual world coordinates. So this is probably wrong. Because the grid is skewed. It's longer than it's wide. Yeah, well, it's wider than it's long. If you can't count the cells. Actually, I like this more. but no ink. Let's increase the size. Split. That's of course it now. Now increase the size of all of them, maybe. Okay, they are wider now. Oh, that's a bit excessive. Where did my particles go? I'm placing 20 of them. Oh. That's of course... Well, I only placed them if I hit something. That's bad. I want them to be always placed. Was it? Okay, that one didn't. That one did. Come on. Okay. I want this to be 2 actually, but not for the other. For the blood splattering, I think this was too high. Well, I mean, it gets pixelated at this magnification. So I don't think I want this. I don't want the put word function that I have. But what exactly was that? Oh, actually that's not it. Put particle icon. That's what I want. Total height. Actually, where was that? Particle line. I'd add pn.x, pn.y plus 0.1, and let's make this percent black. Wait, did that? Oh, God. Maybe remove the old stuff for testing new stuff. still super confusing. Why is its lifetime so super short? Well, this is not working. Not working. So, plan B. Let's make a make it an item, maybe 655, and that's ingredient or something. And it's black. Oh, that's the tile index. Let's look at something inky. Something that covers a good amount of space. That's good enough. 350. And color is black. Rendering. Yeah, why not? Actually, I can't make it the water thing. Value. Let's give it 10 or something. And that's ink. Actually, this is the good idea. Because I can use this in gameplay. So entity at, if it's null, then place the entity there, and I want this. If it's null, then set it to a new entity, which is based on object 655 with 0. What was that? I have to look here, new entity. Oh, that's options. Okay, don't need that. And create the ink, put the ink at the position, and if that fails, throw it away. Is that correct? How big is the game right now? I have, let me show you. I have a whole overworld performance may drop. In terms of work you put in or lines of code, okay. So I have a whole overworld which tanks performance right now because there's so many entities. I've been working on it for the past 1.5 years, and lines of code is man, let me see. I think it's C minus L start C. That's 16,000 lines of code. That should be all. Yeah. So it's manageable, definitely. But most of the work went into the most of the time went into the world. Well, that's actually not true. The engine was also quite a bit of work. So yeah, it's actually pretty evenly divided. Let's see if this works. Please spawn something. Oh, it did. There's ink lying around now. But it just made the floor completely black. Which I mean is what I want, I guess. But it also, well, that's weird. Why is it now showing up? It wasn't initially in the shade, I mean. Objects are hidden in the shade. Wow, what is happening here? And now it stays. Don't get it. Let's try it in the sunlight. Here maybe. Okay, I'm blinded, so that's working. Octopus should maybe... Oh, it died. Was hoping it would do its ability. Maybe it will. Okay, the bears are fighting each other. Great. Oh, it did ink. That's fun. I'm not sure about the... Let's look at the sprite. I mean, this would also cover most of the tiles. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit better. Well, no, it's still completely black. Maybe I make it another color. Maybe I make it... Well, the octopus is this color. And this is not dark enough to not register as rock or something. Man, it's not easy. Let's use this. That's super weird. Why is it? Showing up sometimes but not others. I think that's just... if I make it not an item, ink, but a prop, then it should show up no matter what. Yes, okay, that's much better. So let's thin this out. Oh, okay, it's this again. Like this. Hello. Is it still completely black? Okay, let's scale it back even further and just use this. And maybe even just not this part, but this one. Where am I octopus going? Oh, it happened. Oh, this gets dangerous. Have I even... Okay, this makes sense. No, this makes no sense. Is this even 350? Yeah. That's super weird. Don't get why it's so dark. Oh, because it renders the background. Yeah, I'm stupid. That's... yeah. That explains pretty much everything. You plan to make no money out of it? I may be offering a Steam version at some point with some goodies. But yeah, initially it will be free. And it will be one version, similar to Dwarf Fortress. One version will always be free. But there may be a premium version or something. that you can get on Steam. So this is also not good. Also don't like this. Let's stash the ink. And do the splat again. PN. Yeah, I think that's all I needed. Let's reduce this a bit. And then call it for this feature. Oh, come on. Okay. This is first cobbles, that's not it. Forms a ball. I mean, there's no way I can depict. I could depict it a bit, but I think that's enough. Okay, octopus. That's 188. Yeah, they don't have features. Oh, I have to place it somewhere. So let's go into the feature placement again. And where am I? Put feature. It was a peril 588. And let's put that here. That was on the beach. And the object ID was 168. Okay. Let's go to a beach section. And let me also save this location then for teleporting. I think here is nice. Here maybe. Yeah, that's 923/737. Let's test if there's an octopus that appears. Doesn't look good. No octopus. Let me put this in the editor. Tele here. Beach. That's 923/37. Layer 2 here, and that's +1. If it's not a beach, return 0. And then I actually don't want to scatter them this hard. But like this. Let's look at the others. Here. Oh, that's what I did. So 2, 2. This should work theoretically. If it's not beach, these are beach markers, yes. I had this a few hours ago and I forgot something. What was it? Oh, yeah, same error. This one here. Yeah, this is the seeded random. That's picking one of these switch cases, and it never called the new one. So hopefully it will now. Yes, and there are the octopus. Oh, something happened to the snow. It's not as white anymore. Well, I mean, the colors are all over the place anyways, so. I think that's it for this feature. Add octopus. Edit. Particles. The run signal. Struct. Yes. So octopus is done. Let's take another simple one. The disintegrating undead. Should be pretty simple. They are just two objects, I think. I mean, I have the undead already, so it's just one object. Alright, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back in 3 to 5 minutes. So disintegrating undead. This features 29. Undead losing body parts when it rains. So this is, I mean, how complicated do I want this check mark to be? I mean, this says there's weather, which I don't have. I just have the snowing effect. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. There is snow, rain, and wind, maybe. I can have a storm, snow, rain, wind, storm, maybe. And that's thunder. Thunderstorm. And that needs a schedule or something. And it needs the limbs sticky. Oh, come on. So they grab the player and waste a turn or two. Expire on their own. That could be a problem. And the dropping of them. I mean, that's actually it. So let's start with the non-weather part. So I need... Let's close this one. I need the objects and the entities. Well, let's start here. Already locked. Kidding me. Why is this not added? How does this happen? Okay. I mean, yeah, that works. Okay. Just stupid RCS stuff. So check out the, let's check out the objects. Oh, come on. And I want, this is, what is this, 29. 29. And let's grab a crab, because why not? And make this undead limb. And that will be the same color as the undead. At the bottom I have the undead settler, so that's what I'll look at. Health is maybe 3 or something. Loot table, there's none. It's not an obstacle because you can walk on them. And the sprite. What is the sprite? Do I have something that resembles an arm or a leg? Maybe this one. It's a good starting point, and yeah, let's use that. But it's a bit large. Actually, that's not all bad. So 351. And this one is dropped by the, oh, it's sticky. So it's not an NPC. It's a gameplay element that is sticky. Let's just see if this works. I think it grabbed me, but this is, of course, should not have a height. Yes, okay, so it grabs me. That's good. Let's make it expire. combat timer. I don't think I have something like that. Maybe I want maybe I want a timer. Maybe I want a timer that ticks down. I could also have a flag here that says expires, and that will remove 1 health point each turn, something like that. Question is, what is better? I think the health ticking down is not as good, because some systems rely upon the fact that some objects have 0 health, like this pedestal. So let's make it a timer. Expiration timer. Let's look at where the combat timer is set. Okay, I can set that in. What was the object? Index 171. Undead limb has nothing here. Maybe no, let's remove that. Also don't need this, but I need the expiration timer. Set that to 5. And in the element turn, I can check it here. Or game. Or in the afflictions. Yeah, if the expiration timer is greater than 0, and right. Oh, that's so stupid. This decrement affliction has a chance to lift the affliction, which is not what I want with the expiration timer. And intuitively, when I set this to 0, it's God knows what this does, because this is minimum maximum. Maximum would be lower than the minimum, and who knows what will happen. So this is bad. This whole decrement thing is bad. I'm not even sure if I want this by chance resisting. So let's just remove it. Zero. Minus 1. Should be almost done here. Yeah. Where am I? Game. So should be no calls to this. Oops. So this can, hello, this can go. And now if the expiration timer runs out, I kill the entity. And maybe I'll remove it. Maybe not. But I return 1. Which means that the turn is spent. Kill entity. Okay, of course I haven't saved that. What is it doing? Okay. I can hit it. I can hit it, so that's cool. It's still sticky though, so that shouldn't happen. That's a signal. Why does this get signaled even if it's dead? Well, let's just do the test here. Might be needed to signal dead entities. I turn 0. What is the default? Okay, it sticks. Doesn't stick. So that's good. This should... I mean, it should die on its own. Doesn't. Dead limb. Yeah, this should work. 171. That's also correct. I mean, that's 5 turns. They should be long gone. Is there a typo here? Nope. What is happening? If the expiration timer is greater than 0 and after I decrement it, it is 0, then print the message. Afflict entity. What? New entity. Give it all its stuff and initialize it. And that's when I get here. If I've gotten... There's a break here and here. GCC would have warned me. Okay. Let's pull out the big guns. And let's see. It's 1331. Okay. Let's go into here. Break at game.c 271. It just doesn't happen. Is this not called? NPC. There's no afflictions for the elements. I was so close a few minutes ago. Okay, so afflictions are out of the equation. But I could just move the elements in there or give them their own affliction. Why not actually? Oh, and they died. Good. Why don't I break here? much cleaner. Same here, maybe. Why does it? No, that's actually not the same. Oh, okay. Um, better. Okay, if I have the afflictions, so now I have the expiration. Now I need the dropping. How do I do that? Actually, these gameplay elements and the NPCs are becoming really similar. But yeah, I need, let's go look into these signals. And in the undead, so I would say this is, I mean, I could put this in the chase function. And say if it's an undead here, they sometimes drop a limb. That's not clean. Should make a new routine. And after the ink, and that's what, how do I name this? What do I name this? And just call it limb. Oops. Drops an undead limb on the ground. Undead. Question is, where do I put this here in the routines? So I have the idle routine and the combat routine. I want this probably, yeah, I want this here probably. When it enters combat, it drops a limb. And maybe after wandering. I can use the spawn timer. But that's not a good idea. Good thing is with turns is that I have intervals built in. I can't say every 20 turns. So let's just put it here as well. Let's put it here. It returns to where it was, then it pauses, drops a limb, and then it wanders around a bit. If it aggroes, it drops a limb, then it chases. And the limb dropping, I will throttle. Limb. Drops a limb in the ground. And it does that if so this is not called that often. Yeah, what I just said with the intervals, that doesn't help me now. So I want this to happen, but in a controlled manner, so that there aren't 500 limbs lying around. A bit of chaos is okay, but only if the chance of it is low. So I have, on the entity, I have this NT timer, which is the number of turns that the entity has lived. But that doesn't really help me. Let's steal this code again. And this is I think it was 171, yes. Put it at P. actually if the undead's ground pointer is null, then spawn a limb on its ground. That's it. And let's limit this somewhat. And say if the entity turn counter divided by 4 modulo 4 is not 0 or is greater than 0, return success. I mean, let me check. I think I should. If I return failure here, it will attempt to drop it again. So I want to return success here, so it doesn't try again. And this should, let's say it's 16 turns. Let's say it's 8 turns. Then God, do I have modulo here? Two modulo 4. Great. So, let's say not. Say 17 4 1. Okay. So this works only every 4 turns. Maybe it should be 2. Let's check this out. What is this ground? This is it. Okay. I want the undead and they begin dropping limbs. Okay, maybe it's 4. It's pretty disgusting. Okay, this looks good. All right. That was feature 29. They're sticky, they're dropping, they expire. So that leaves weather. I mean, let's commit this and say that it's done, and then for the rest of the time play with weather. Add undead limbs, game, nodes, objects, not structs. Okay. So I have this. Let's go somewhere nice. What is super bright? Where's the vignette? It's commented out. Needless. Okay. So I have this snow, and I mean rain is just a faster version of it. So I have that too. I don't have so if there's a storm, for example, everything should get darker. There should be more. Actually, where are the leaves? These trees, there should be leaves falling. Could be that it's only in the other tree type. Where are they? Here. Let's look. Yeah, I think on the right side, yeah, there are leaves falling. Are they still? Yeah. So when there's a storm, the light should get darker, the sunlight. The rain and snow needs an angle. This angle, and it needs to fall faster. I mean, move faster, not fall. So that's just different velocity. I don't have fog. I could look at old code. and see if I can find some fog implementation. Because I had that once. So that's the storm. The other weather I have is rain, but that's actually just, what's the overarching term for rain and snowfall? Because in some regions there will be rain and in others there will be snow. So, but it would be nice to have both in both. So let's keep the regions out of the equation. I have rain, I have snow, and that's about it. I have day and night, but that does not affect the weather. Oh, and in the storm I need the foliage movement shader to move faster. So this foliage wiggling right here. Actually, let's save this or somewhere like this as the forest location while I'm here. It's a good place for testing. Here maybe. I don't like these spots too much. This looks better. Yeah, how about here? Or here. I'm just so particular about this because I'll be looking at this place for the next year and a half, I guess. So that's 1096 and 603. Yeah, didn't place anything. One oh nine 603. Okay. Let's look at the. I think that's in a vertex shader. The movement of the leaves. That's here. Can increase this. But this gets nauseating. So not the depth, but the speed. And can I please start in the forests. That also looks bad. That's better. That's not sure. That's too fast. Well, now I'm back at where I was. Hey boss, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Well, it's not the worst, this wind, but it's not great. But this is actually not bad for a storm. So this has to be a uniform. UT, or I can just increase the time. No, I can't. Oh, I might have to ramp this up. So this needs, these values need ramping. Oh, that's, or I could apply the new weather once you go through a portal, which is 1990s style. But ramping, the thing is, time is, if this okay, that's actually not as clear cut as I thought. The weather changes. That's the idea right now. Changing on the changes depending on the turn count of the player. So a weather period, let's say rain, may last for 200 turns. Then it slowly fades and there's sunny weather, and then it slowly ramps up a few hundred turns later into snowing, etc. Which means if the player does not play, if it stands still and does not turn, the weather will forever be the one that it's currently at. So that's one idea. That's of course, if I want the weather to impact gameplay, that is the obvious choice. I could, however, have the weather on a different timeline and change even if the player does not move. And that means it doesn't adhere to turn numbers, but to good old seconds and minutes. So the player may have to speed up their gameplay if they want to reach a point along the path while retaining the current weather. That's actually much more fun. So what does this mean? The non-existent weather scheduler then just works with the game time. But actually, how do I save this in the game and this in the save game? Okay, that's easy. I just save the played time. So the weather schedule has to be deterministic. It could just be a lookup table that repeats. That might be the easiest. But if I continue the gameplay, the save game, I have to be able to calculate the current weather with the time, with only the time played. Not sure why that's helpful or why that's important. I could just save the current weather in the save file. I'll do whatever is easiest first. But then I have rain, snow, sun. I have fog. That's right, I have a story feature that requires fog, which will be interesting. I'm not sure how it would look. It might be pretty bad. But I can just ramp up the low clamp on all the colors on the screen, and that will give some kind of fog effect. So I could do that as a fallback. But yeah, I think the rest is pretty doable. Hey Andre, long time no see. How's the game going? It's going pretty good. I overhauled the overworld, so it looks different from what you know, or from what you've seen. I filled in all the gaps between the patches, and I placed stuff everywhere. And I didn't stream that because it's just mind-numbing work. And also the underground looks different now. You mean the red markers here? They are region markers where the features get placed. So this is a G for grass, a field marker, F for forest, and the features are placed using these markers. So yeah. And the underground, I have some nice new themes. For example, this sewer system that I worked on. Yeah, and I've been adding features again the last couple of days. So yeah, I have storm, rain, snow, sun, fog. I could just cycle through them, but say real-time weather changes. Let's set this back to... Actually, let's save this. As stormy. Well, that's also pretty stupid. Like this. And so I need this variable here as a uniform. Yes. But what do I do first? Let's look at the game. If I want the weather to be real time, let's look at main. So I update the game, update the particles, the words, well, that's also particles. Update the sound, update the blocks, which means streaming, garbage collect, entities, and that's it. So it is everything in a U game. And here's the big switch statement, or the most important, which is fade is the black to black and from black transition. Loco is locomotion when on a transport. Play is the actual turn-based game. And then I have a mini-map, and that's not a mini-map, that's a real map, but it's in some kind of state. I think it's broken. And then you're either dead or you finished the game. And the main loop is here. This is basically the whole game. It goes through the entity map, and for each entity it updates it, and that's it. So it updates the entity and then checks is there another entity at this entity's ground pointer and updates it too. So UE update entity is where it's at, but actually I want the weather to update here. Because I don't want it to update during fading or locomotion or in the map or when you're dead or when the game's over. I want it to update all the time while you're playing. So that's something like you update weather or something. But in the update entity, I emit some stuff, and then I have the hero turn and the turn for the others. Yeah, so weather is here. And the emit particles. So the snow effect is spawned here. If we look at the hero has a emitter. I think it's this one. Let me get some clarity. Yes, emitter 4, which is snow, is on the hero, and that emits the particles here. And this update entity function is not turn-based. This gets called every frame. What's turn-based is this right here. And this right here. So just for clarity, how this works is pretty simple. It checks what this entity is. If it's the hero, it calls this function, which only returns 1 if the player pressed a button. And at all other times it's 0, so nothing happens. But if the player did something here, this returns 1. And this is the important part. It increases the turn counter of the hero. This is the pivotal point for the game. If this increases, then all other entities, like the elements here and the NPCs, they check if they are lagging behind the player turn counter. So hero.entity is the same as this. So if the element, which is this entity, is ahead or at the same point as the hero in terms of turns, then it breaks. But if the element lags behind, it will take its own turn. And the same with the NPCs. And that's what I stole from NetHack. NetHack does it the same way, where the hero leads in turns and everything else catches up if needed. So you have real-time running. So you have turn-based running inside a real-time game. Yeah, that's how this works. So this is all real-time, and the particles emitted here are called every frame, which means if I am outside here, I can simply just call them here as well. I need a height here. Why do I need a height to emit the particles? Well, makes sense, I guess. So if I go into the object and remove the snow, so it doesn't snow anymore, only the leaves are falling, and I have dt here, yes, then I say for snow at the hero position, centered around the hero position and the hero layer, and the hero height, don't need that, height at, well, let's just pass in 0, see what happens, and the color is white. Then this should just work. Yeah. So it's snowing again. So I can make this function. I need dt. Update weather. And let's make this static void. Schedule weather and spawn particles. Then this still works. So I can now say, actually this is snow. And let's make a rain particle. Snow. Rain, 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 rain. That's in particles. And let's just take all the snow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And duplicate it. And I have here init initialize particle. Lifetime is, let's make it 3. That's seconds. Spawning is okay, I think. This spawns it anywhere in a large rectangle around the camera at the same height as the camera, but it makes sure that it's not too close to the camera, otherwise you will get huge snowflakes popping into view. So that's what this does. Particle color, okay, no wonder they are so gray. Let's make the snow a bit brighter. Why am I not using this? CS, something like that. And this is velocity. I give let's look at the snow here. So X and Y velocity is set to 0.5 each, which means it moves to the southeast, and I add a bit of randomness here from minus 0.5 to 0.5, and the Z velocity is minus 4, which makes it fall into the screen. And rain, I want this to be higher, and I want let's leave this the same. If it's storming, then this is where I make them both move faster. So let's look for more snow. Rain. This is the spawning function. And how this works is only spawn rain on the overworld, and that is I have no idea. It does something that I found clever a while ago, but I don't even remember what it was. But this is the ratio of how many particles there are spawned per second. Snow, rain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh god, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 13 lines to copy, right? And then I have, this is just initial, oh, this is the update code. I subtract from the lifetime. I say the alpha should decrease with the lifetime. I scale the velocity with the frame. And yes, if the particle hits the ground, I clamp it in place. We'll go to sleep now. Tomorrow, probably I'll join earlier. Nice. That'd be nice, Andre. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be live tomorrow again, yeah. At the same time as always. So I want all this for the rain as well. I think. And yeah, that should be it. Keep up the good work. Good night. Go to bed. Yeah, I'll go to bed soon. I'll go to bed soon. No worries. But this is the, what is this? Is this the rain? Oh, that's why it's this bright. I mean, this needs tweaking, but essentially, where does this color go? Put particle. Yeah, that's the emit particle. Yeah. So this here is irrelevant because it gets set in initialized particle. I hope, at least. Yeah. Yeah. So this can go, and this as well. But this is important then. That's better. But I don't like the... It has to disappear faster. It still looks like snow. Still looks like snow. Rain. And that's here. P, LV. That doesn't make sense. LD. LD is 0.1. PLV is LDP, like this. Okay, now they are instantly gone. That's not what I wanted. Oops, let's make 3. And they... Oh, okay, they never disappear. And that's minus... Maybe like this. Nope. I mean, it's fine if it disappears. So let's remove this. And increase the velocity maybe a bit. I think it was all right, but yeah, and give it a bit more randomness in its path. Yeah, that's instantly much more like rain. I mean, visually it conflicts with the falling leaves because the color is hard to tell apart. But let's add more. more. Where is it? I might be not sure what my particle limit is, so I might be hitting that, but I don't think so. There it is. Now which way is up? Okay, that's more. Actually, let's reduce this constraint around the camera. Might be a... nah, that's too close. Too close, but this is... yeah, it's too many drops. I mean, I think it would look better if I had some blue noise or something, but I'll just tweak it by hand. That's just not worth the effort at all. Let's tone down the spawning again. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh. Who is this guy? Oh, sorry. Didn't want to attack him. Oh, pretty strong guy. Okay, I have snow, I have rain. So now I can write a scheduler that has to ramp up this here. How do I do that? I'll take another short break for 3 minutes and think about this. actually the real-time weather idea is not that great. Because it takes away from... I have the idea that you can share seeds for a competition or something, not for playing, well, maybe kind of playing together. And if I have real-time weather, that takes away from the, hey, you have to be at this position at turn 1500 because then this weather happens, etc. And well, I haven't thought this through, because if so the weather has to be seeded. Seeded weather. So depending on how it goes, depending on how much time you spend on the path, you will encounter different weather on different sections of the path. Which has in it the I may need to speed up or I may need to slow down. But this also means the player might have to kill time and walk in circles. So maybe the real-time weather is better. But with the real-time weather, the way the player waits is just sitting still, which is maybe even worse. So the weather should not have a great impact on the game in terms of location. Well, let's make it turn-based at first, and I can always unlock it later. So, seeded random, and it should be, so maybe 3 variables, that is wind, precipitation and fog. Is that it? I think so. And I can pass these into the shader. And I can even desaturate the colors depending on the weather. And these 3 should maybe be an apps sign. And well, this gets tricky really fast. Maybe I just set a state. Structure weather. type. And that's sunny, stormy, foggy, snowy, rainy. These all last for for a duration timer that gets set every time it becomes 0 with a different weather. Then this gets called every let's give this a turn. So it steps with the player. And then I say weather type case. So maybe this collides with the particle name. Like this. Sunny. That's not sunny, that's snowy. Rainy. Case, foggy. Have neither of those, but I have these. So this is pretty good, I think. and I set it here. Does the hero have a turn? Or is it just the entity? Yeah, I think so. So I get the hero turn if the weather turn is less than the turn. While the weather turn is less than the turn with a duration timer if the timer is 0. Let's make it the other way around. If the timer becomes 0, the new weather type is a random a random new weather. Actually, let's make it like this. And actually, let's make it like this. And then if it's 0, set it to between 100 and 200. Does that make sense? Actually, that's not even needed. Don't need this duration timer. I need if the weather is behind the player. set it to 1 or 200 turns ahead. And give it a random type. That's it. This gets called every 1 to 200 turns. And else particle spawn. I mean, the seeded random should work. Snow. Oh, it doesn't get reset. That's bad. That is not good. What's the other thing here? A hero. Do I put this into the hero struct? Does it even still deserve the name hero? Barely. If I put it in the hero struct, this should also put it in the should also put it in the save game, so that's good. So this should now, okay, I need to now hero prefix this. Like this maybe. Storm. Storm. Nothing. 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 What's going on? What's going on? B0. Oh, it just zeros the... Great. Fog, fog, storm, fog, fog, rain. Okay, that works. Fog, storm, fog, fog, snow. Okay. Let's update weather. Let's set this exactly one ahead. Wow, that's a bit much with these spider webs. Sun, storm, fog, fog, snow. I mean, I don't even need a large ramp time. Where's the rain? There's the rain. Yeah. Who needs ramping? So this should work. We now have weather. I could now pass this in as a uniform, which I may do. It's in the vertex shader, uniform, float, wind. And the wind is here. Actually, if that's just... I don't need a uniform for this. I can set it here. UT. It's somewhere here. Here. Times. Now I have to... I don't like the... Okay, let's leave this arrow here. So I'll know where I was. And let's not put the weather here. That's just, yeah. Doesn't really belong there, so let's not do it. But I want here weather. I want to B0 the weather here. and that lands here. And then this goes away again. That's the error. Okay, and now I can, in the renderer, say extern struct weather. Then I go into the begin render function, and where is it here? Times weather. Type. If it's stormy, then times 2, else times 1. And this should crash. Okay. Why is it crashing? Not crashing. Okay, let's watch this. Okay, of course I remove this. Fog. So let's watching the leaves now for the stormy weather. Snow, rain, and it crashes. Why does it crash? Does it crash here? Check GL. What is going on? This is a float. Frame 6. Render blocks. What in the hell is going on? It crashes somewhere completely ridiculous. That has nothing to do with this. Oh, it has, because I'm super stupid. I, as in the shaders, thought this was the value, but it's the name. So it's correct. It's correct in crashing. All my fault. Storm. Oh, yes, I see the storm. And it's gone. It's a bit ugly, but it's super ugly actually. But yeah, I might not. Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Ramping this up and down is polishing work, and this is not polishing work, what I'm doing. So I have this, that's good, foggy, sunny. So I think the last 15 minutes or so, I'll look at old code and see if I can find a GLSL fog. And I'll have to download this. So I'll turn on my storage. I had a good fog. Wait, did I have the fog in here? That could be actually. Fog color. Linear line. I mean, there's a fog somewhere here. I don't think that's an actual fog. A usable mix. I remember this vaguely. It was a huge pain, but I'm not sure what it did. Move fog to vertex shader. Oh, this is interesting. Fog. What is base? What is the I vector? This is and in which shader is this? I think it's the vertex shader. Fog eye and a color. Varying eye. I. Okay. So this is in the fragment shader. But nowhere do I set the varying eye 1.2. And I'm in the fragment shader. Check out to no. VI. Okay, so I can I can discard this actually. So I can check out the vertex shader. What is the eye? Okay, it's this. UV, UM, and position. Where am I? Okay, this is the 1.2 version. Eye view. Position view. No, it's only view and position. Only the view and the... Okay, I have the model here. Question is... Do I try this? And I can just discard it. So let's say I have a new varying. The eye. And This eye is perspective matrix times the view matrix times the position. Why is it set to 1? Why should it be anything else? Not sure. Okay, have this. And in the fragment shader, I mix with the fog color. Actually, I should maybe put this everywhere here. Well, not here. But in all the perspectives. This is a moonshot, so I'm pretty sure this will not work. If it does, that would be great, but don't think so. Let's call this float fog. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, whatever this is. And then I say CRGB is a mix of CRGB and fog color and the fog. I mean, nothing happened really. That's probably because okay, this is better. Something happened. But it's is it the wrong way around? Probably this. This looks better. Nice. That looks foggy. That's a bit too foggy. Power, what is this? 1, clamp to 1, and this. No, this has to be Y, I guess. Wow, okay. This is finicky. So why are these... Oh, I'm sorry. Why are these... completely white? Okay, so all I see is... all I see is the black backgrounds. So... Oh, this could be bad. Because the terrain is rendered a different way. Well, okay, that could also just mean that I need to add this here. Nope. But the fog looks good. Looks pretty good. I can also... No, I can't. Let's remove the post-processing. Still there. I mean, still not there. Let's look at the tile render blocks. They are rendered with the SPE, so shader perspective texture wavy. This one, and well, that's the wavy one. The other one is this PE text, so it is here. Oh, that's right. No, that's not right. I was thinking about the light value and the light map, but I've been looking at this in the overworld, so this shouldn't affect things. Maybe it has to do with this one here. Let's try the X. Nope. Maybe Z is just... Oh, something's appearing. Something appears. Well, but it's not really... It's not taking it into account. Why is this so weird? Do I have... Nope. If I zoom out, it should get more foggy, but it doesn't. Why is that? Oh, okay, I see now. I think it's inverted. That's not the inversion I want. What is happening? Are the... It looks like the entities are in a different coordinate system. Wait, is that now working? Nope. Not sure what I did. But that's just the same as tinting the whole screen. But this also doesn't work. So maybe the fog function just doesn't work. No idea. Don't think I can figure this out. Let's look at the old vertex. I mean, I can do this. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I'm stupid. Where was... How do I get this to work again? Oh, this was the negative power here. What did I do? Okay, this is inverted. Well, actually, who knows what it is? But I think I have set this. No, I've passed this along. But I can do this. Incompatible types. You're talking. Oh, sure. That's stupid. Getting late. Oh, that's just the same. View, model, and the position. What? I'm passing the wrong thing the whole time. There's no perspective here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Failed right at the start. Okay. That looks different at least. Still not good. Model. What happened? What? Didn't it work for a second? Is it like this or something? Okay, on. Eight. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is actually it. How do I increase? Oh, take this down. Actually, what do I do? I mean, this kind of works. I hate the gaps, but I can fix them. Let's just, for the sake of checking out the graphics, go into the definition file and turn off the XPR. Somehow why is my interface color flickering? That's super weird. But actually this doesn't look that bad. colors are desaturated, so that's bad. But why are why are the hearts flickering? That's super weird. Where have I? Oh yeah, this is, yeah, there's no fog in the interface. Yeah, sometimes I'm astounded by my own errors. Can you turn on the snow, please? Oh, it takes 100 turns. Game weather. Give me snow. I should add an editor option. Yeah. I'm still live. Yeah. Twitch is having problems, I think. Okay. Well, anyways, it's late, so I will call it a day. But this is pretty cool that we got the fog working. Tomorrow I'll continue with the other features, and yeah, that's about it. But today was productive. We did 3 features, and let me commit this real quick before my storage turns off again. All right. Very clean, RCS clean. And looking for stragglers, none there. So we make push. So we did. I checked off all of these. Yes, so that's -1 day for the features. Let's check the homepage. Okay, my internet is back. That's good. Possibly couldn't see a few chats. Sorry about that. But okay, I did. Where am I? Yeah. Today's the 19th. What did I do? We did the the add octopus. Add disintegrating undead. Finish ghosts. Add fog. Yeah, I mean that's what counts. Yeah, I think that's it. And I think did that. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. And it comes alive. It's good. Okay. Alright, I'll go offline. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow if you'd like. Alright, see you then. Bye.